Oops, inevitable problems. Fixing, pushing buttons. You know, you always forget at least one step. Somewhere on the checklist. Hello, what if? There we go. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. We are continuing our game dev project today. We are on, let's see here. We're on day 48. Yep, trying to start early on the weekends, Tass. Good opportunity to do it. The longer I do this, the more momentum I feel like I'm getting. Oh, and I see we have Shadow joining us too. Hello, everyone. It's been a pretty good day. Let's see, kitty-wise, we can currently see 3. Sky is right next to me. Unclear where Sherbet is. Let's see. Last time, we were working on some of the remaining positioner logic that we wanted to get for our initial set. Well, thank you, both of you. Shadow, Dr. Cat. Hello, everyone that's joined. Let's pop on in here and let me show you where we are. Hello, Ranger. Welcome, everybody. Hello, welcome. Okay, let's see here. Boop. Thing. Okay. Bengal cat or Persian? I think the Bengals look cuter. Persians drift close to that kind of pug problem, if I recall. I have ears. Hello, everyone. Welcome. We're just getting started. So let me show you what I did last night. The two on the cat camera, above if you're in tall format or lower left if you're in widescreen, those are my actual cats. Those are real cats. That is a real-time feed. So one of the things we were working on last time was a burst fire concept. Essentially a 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 kind of thing, where there is an interval between each of the shots, and that interval is fulfilled before we move on to the formal delay. What we're seeing right here is a spread format that passes into a burst, and a spread goes spreads the shells in an arc, kind of left to right. If the spread happens all at once, you just see an arc emit. But because we're doing burst fire, each part of the arc is handled individually and needs to go through the entire burst before it moves on. Where is Sky? Let's check and see where the kitties are. And again, welcome to anybody I haven't greeted directly. Welcome, everybody. Let's see. Is Sky visible? No. He is currently over getting a snack, which would put him some distance ahead of Ember, kind of in the direction that Ember is facing, if you can tell that. So this is spread and then burst. If we go into the template, and we do burst and then spread. We will get a very different effect, assuming that I didn't miss a testing step and break something. 1, 2, 3. So a burst of spreads. They're set to move in a spiral. So looks very similar once it starts to spread out, but the configuration in the sequence is a little different. So we could also do spread into burst. Let's put a spread here. I want to let's stretch test this and show off as well. Here's a spread into a burst into a spread. So one side, middle, other side. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, so the thing I want to get in today is I want a type of movement that just orbits, but we also need a lifespan on our projectiles. Probably something by default. Then we'll need a way to... yes, so spin in a circle. Right now we have spiraling, which is spinning in a circle but increasing in speed and radius as it goes on. So if we watch these are spiraling. If you watch, they turn in a steady arc that gets bigger and bigger. So if it was orbiting, they would move outward to a fixed distance and keep rotating there. So we're initially going to get the movement in there. Then we need to wire in a lifespan. Lifespan is good for two things. One, it will help us limit the number of things on screen, but it also helps us remove projectiles so that we can keep the things under control. Because what we don't want to have happen is at any point, essentially a trigger is pulled and we don't get a bullet. Let's see. How many people? I do see... Yeah, we've got plenty of people showing up. Forgive me if I don't get a greeting to every individual. A lot of people showing up at the same time, and since we're coding, I sometimes don't notice the chat feed until something has scrolled a little bit. So, forgive me. We can actually see Sky a little bit here if you'd like. He is endangering the computer mouse at the moment. You can see his little white striped back there. So how he's sitting, the front half of his body puts him right next to the mouse, and if I stop scratching his chin for very long, he'll grab that mouse. And he actively sets out to grab it at the front so it clicks. So I've had him do things like highlight text, drag it into a weird spot, like completely scramble parts of the files. Okay, so we need a type of movement. So if these, move right is a testing one only. We don't have face target configured yet. And we don't have target random mob. So a lot of these things, once we get to the point where we actually want more gameplay, things like target the closest thing, target a random thing, need to be in place. We have spawn at random point on screen. Spawn on target is another one that we need to do. But let's at least get move orbit. We are coding in the Godot engine. This is Godot 4.2. 0.1, and this is the mono editor. We're not using the mono part, but it's capable of it. We're using GDScript, but that's largely by preference. You could do the whole thing in C#. There are performance aspects that change based on that. On the whole, you can get a lot of power out of the C# side, but there are things that you need to work with differently if you want to maintain the visual rendering performance. Visual rendering physics performance. I think the way that we're actually setting about it this way, the C# side would maintain performance since we're talking directly to the system. But I don't know, and we're not going to change it. We've come too far. Okay, so this extends movement. And spiral is kind of our basis for this. So we are going to take a great deal of this from spiral and just try to make it work right. Baba Yaga from Outer Space Invasion event. I wonder what that would look like. Would it be like a habitat dome on chicken legs? Because I don't think it would be anything other than a domicile on chicken legs. It would need to be some sort of, residence. But you'd need to get the "but in space" part to it. For those that can't see the Twitch chat, and hello, Lunar, the Baba Yaga from Outer Space Invasion event. Lunar likes to suggest random things that should be added to the game. In jest, mostly. So, speculating on what Baba Yaga from Outer Space would be. I mean, it could also be a flying mortar and pestle from space, but what would that be? What would be the sci-fi version of a mortar and pestle? Some sort of high-tech grinder, but how would you still get the same vibe? Anyway. Sky. So that click and highlight there, that was Sky. He is now in full, you must pay attention. Baba Yaga is a really weird mythical creature. Like, there's a lot of very specific strange about Baba Yaga. I'm having to pay a lot of attention to Sky here so he doesn't wreck everything while I try to type. Okay. So the initial radius, the actual radius, all of these I think are still applicable. Welcome to the broadcast. Let's see. This is all still applicable. This will need to change. Do get target direction. We're going to need to store off. No, we're going to use the target entity. Whatever comes in, we use that entity. It is relevant to us to use that entity because the point that we want to move to is not a point on a spiral, it is a point on a circle drawn around a given target. That's how we want to orbit. So it's not that we move an object to the point on the circle, we move an object at the point on the circle. Indeed, we can see Mason and Sammy right now. Apparently it's bath time for Sammy. Go through, we're going to set the initial angle, we're going to return direction to use. We do not change that. Initial angle set, if you're curious. Yeah, that kind of thing. In Vampire Survivors terms, it would be like the book. How, like, 3 books appear in a radius around you in orbit. That does lead us to things like needing a spread that is x over 360. Actually be pretty straightforward to do that. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that. We need these basic building blocks first. So target direction should be the same, because this doesn't really set a target direction. Target entity, it doesn't change. It doesn't care about it. Whatever its target entity, whatever target entity it's given, it will keep it. And if it doesn't have a target entity, we'll default to 0, 0. For the time being, we'll probably start with it pinning to the player, but we'll go from there. So we're going to actually need entity to use here. We're still not going to use direction to use. So this is the rate that it moves. This is the rate of the orbit. As in how fast we move along the track. I'm sorry, no. This is determining the expansion of it. So we're not going to do this. This is the angle change rate. So how fast we rotate around the edge. So our scale multiplier in this case and our scale adjustment will be treated as like increases to the radius of the orbit. So we're not going to do the radius movement rate here. Or we're not going to increase the radius. The radius will always be static based on what we have. All right, movement rate, movement rate. Do we use that anywhere else? We don't. Good. So movement rate isn't going to get used here. Actually, yeah, radius is increased by movement rate. Okay. Okay, we're going to start with 1.0. We're going to recalculate the radius each time just to be sure, in case there are things like temporary changes to scale. Plus equals scale adjustment times square width. It's anything that is in world space, like distance in the world, I use this as a multiplier on it. This is on the screen. You'll see some default grid that I use, like tile squares. This is the width of that grid. This is how I am presenting the world. So this is the equivalent of a 16 by 16 sprite as it is drawn on the screen. Okay, so then we add our scale adjustment. No, we're going to do this way. Like that. So whatever our scale adjustment is, plus 1. So by default, it's square width. So we'll add the scale adjustment. What this means is almost everything is an increase to the radius. Or any changes to the way this works will be additions to the adjustment. Equals scale multiplier. Radius is not affected by delta, only the movement is. So getting the prior point is still accurate. We don't increase radius by movement rate. We don't need movement rate anymore. We still make the angle change. We still determine the point. We draw a force line 2 between the last point and the new point, and we apply that to our current movement. Okay. That didn't make sense to you? That's fine. This is Godot Engine 2D Game World math. Which I totally got right first try. Okay, so we are going to make a new weapon template. Where did I put the templates? We don't need you. We'll repurpose you. So this is going to be... Okay. Realizing this, we need target player. We need an entity target. Well, let's just start with 0, 0. Let's start with 0, 0. We need... This changes it around the current movement. We need to adjust... We need to adjust our target point based on that. Now I'm looking at how this even worked the last time. 1 second. Sky. Okay, this is just creating a force vector. We don't want just a force vector. We want a positional vector. We want a point from our current position towards where we should be. So let's read this again here. Right. This hard pushes it towards the where it should be on the spiral. I think we'll still do that, but we need to calculate the point based on a point of origin, not where it's coming in. Subsequent movement could still skew the sphere. But we'll have to test that. Okay, so we need to incorporate entity to use. into the position calculation here. So this is its position. I think this will still work, but we still need it to be in relation to a target. Because this circles something. If target entity to use, then fire point plus equals target entity to use dot No, it'll always use what's passed in. It doesn't remember it. Some things remember a target entity. Okay, so this should be the same thing. This should be entirely the same thing, because we've only offset it by that position. Let's keep that there. We'll comment it for now. Want to see how it moves. Hey there, Sniper. Okay, let's get in our constants. What games do I play? It depends on the whim. As far as on stream, we've been doing a lot of coding lately. We did play Duck Detective earlier in the week. But I play a variety of games. I've played some Helldivers and Ghost of Tsushima recently. With some buddies lately, I've been playing some Cosmeteer. Hello, Alicia. In orbit. It's a constant. MetaQuest. Doesn't ring a bell, Kate. Open an orbit. So then we need to go into our movement pool. And we're going to take... Oh, come on, Sky. Oh, okay, headset. No, I don't have one of those. Some time ago, I tried the Valve one. I can't remember what they're called. And it never worked. Like, I couldn't get the box set up. Maybe someday I'll do VR stuff. Maybe someday. Sammy has gotten up and moved around. Bit. So we have that in place now. Now we need to reload the project. If you'd ever like to know what music I use, you could briefly see the player in the background. But I do have playlists in links in my YouTube video descriptions. That's unfortunate, Sam. Alright, now we should be able to mess with a template now. So we're going to use template 4. It's going to say it spawns where the player is. And we're just gonna have it orbit and see what happens. So this is going to be a template 4. Go to our game object. Hello there. Welcome anybody that is lurking or has joined since the last time. Okay, so we have a spawner. We've got the blob spawner delayed right now. We are going to duplicate this so that I can quickly change them for the time being, but we'll spawn every 3 seconds so we can see it cleanly. And nothing. Well, don't feel obligated, Sam. If you're really tired or if you're sick, you should get rest. Your health is the more important thing. Why it not spawn then? This is the only thing that spawns, so we should be in here. Okay, we go in and we're going to spawn. We ask the positioners, we set them to start spawning. Is it ready to spawn? It is not. Okay. Spawn on player. It should be ready to spawn every time. So let's do that again. Stay, we're not ready to spawn there. We are not delaying. We don't have an X positioner, we just have the one. We're still not ready to spawn, so we're going to check. We don't need to check delaying again, because this is already true. So this line is redundant. But we're going to go through the steps here. Oh, by default, we're done adjusting. Okay, that's spawn on player needs done adjusting. It's never done adjusting. Oh, that's not right. How are we gonna do? Always calls done spawning, and then it calls the internal done spawning. It's ready to spawn. It's always going to say if we're done adjusting or not. So if any of its children... So this is where it'll go haywire, is if the children say, hey, we're all done. So we shouldn't spawn. We don't want this one to constantly block the process. This one just targets. So I think it's done adjusting should always be whether the child is done adjusting if it's there. Otherwise, if it's by itself, it's never done adjusting. We're going to have to test this some more, but done adjusting is what we override, right? There isn't a... Yeah, we override done adjusting. Done as a Boolean is equal to false. Okay. We're going to see if it never being done is okay, unless its children are done. Hello, hero. Hello. When I'm saying the children, I'm referring to code objects. They are subsequent objects in a referential chain. Each positioner potentially has a next positioner in the chain. So when I'm referring to the children, I'm saying everything after it in the chain. Okay, if the children are done adjusting, then it's done adjusting. If there are no children, then it will keep false. I am making a Vampire Survivor style game, hero. Right now we're working on a pattern in which something rotates around whatever it's aiming at. Go in, we're going to say, is it ready? It is ready. Yeah, we got a loop. Okay, we need... Okay. It's done is either what the children think, or if it's by itself, it's equal to spawning. So it should fire just once. I'm coding it entirely by myself using Godot engine. So this is generally lower level than like RPG Maker. In fact, the way that we've coded the graphics, it is much lower level. Okay. We start spawning. So everything's reset. Now we're going to go in and say, is it ready? We're not delaying. Gameplay is indeed what's important. That's why we're using an engine that gives us a lot of control, and why we have spent a great deal of time on performance. Okay, so we're not ready to spawn yet. We still need to fix this. So we go in and we say we're still not delaying. That hasn't changed. Now, are we done adjusting? So first we look at it and say, are we spawning? We are spawning. There are no children, so we're done. Oh. Not spawning. Generally, if that little voice in your head says, boy, if I say this in chat, it will be really inappropriate and they might get angry at me, you probably want to listen to that little voice. All right, this is where the offset comes into play. Because if we look, when they spawn, they just rotate around whatever created them, starting from that position. So we're going to use an offset in the logic here. Position. We're going to hard code this for the moment. So that's not supposed to happen. Oh, okay. We need to be from the entity's current position to the target position, not from last position to current position. So the target position is... Let's think this through here. Because what we changed is we changed the full force to apply by doing that. This particular one, Hero, is GD script. It is the scripting language specific to Godot engine. It is good for interacting with the graphic system underpinning the Godot engine. But you can use C# libraries as well. I'm just not leveraging that, but I am using a compiler for the Godot engine that would allow me to do so. Okay. So we calculate the next point here in the radius. Next point is really what we care about. So where we are to the next point, we always want to be doing that. Now, not quite. We need to apply it as a force, as a scaled force. So we're going to say times delta. Oh, I like that. I kind of like that. Okay, so we can use movement rate here. We can use movement rate here. So this says move along the line of force. We're going to change this to be a unit. We're going to get a direction here. And then we're going to move in that direction based on our speed. Radius, that's speed. Distance, square width. Equals speed multiplier, movement rate. It's delta. Movement rate. Normalized. Okay, still that's not quite right. Okay, so this is how far it currently is. So we need to divide the force up, is the thing. This is the actual distance to the target. And we're going to take a fraction of that distance by using delta. So it tries to cross the distance to its target over the course of a whole period of time. But what will that be? Let's see. We've been going for just under an hour. We're going to take a quick break here. I'm going to take a save and commit the branch so I don't lose where we've gotten to. And then we'll continue. Switch over to the cameras here a moment. So you can see them shuffling around there in the area with the black cushion. Briefly, that is around where the food is. And if you see how Sky backed up there, that's how Sky eats kibble. He reaches in, he grabs one or two little bits of kibble, he backs up a little bit, shakes his head, and then crunches one kibble. And he will repeat that over and over and over. He needs to make sure each kibble is dead before he consumes it. And I agree, Hero. IDEs are a big benefit. I know there are some purists out there that are like, oh, I do all of my coding in V and I manually run the compiler. It's good for you. We got the commit. So we're going to leave the camera on the bed for now. There are no cats visible, but... Okay. So we have a line to where we want to be. I think... What is it called? It's like LERP or something like that is what we need to do. What we want to do is we want to move along that towards that target no faster than our movement limit. All right, Don. Okay, so this is as far as we can move. And we need to cover the distance on force here. Okay. Float is equal to movement rate. Can I do up caret here? Does that count? Oh well. Okay, we're going to use this in a moment. Length squared is cheaper. So doing a length calculation on a vector is, triangle, the right triangle calculation. You're finding that hypotenuse, the a squared plus b squared kind of thing. Square roots are expensive, are mathematically expensive, so you want to avoid them where possible. So if you can compare the length squared instead of the length, it's cheaper. And we can save this calculation. Well, we can save a data store and set. We don't need to keep it. Okay, so we're going to move along it no faster than the length of it. So the faster it spins, the faster it'll get into place. And we don't want it to snap into place. Yeah, so the trick is here how far away it is from the target and where it spawns. Because we could also make it spawn on the orbit and go from there, but that gets tricky. We're going to say it emits from a target. So the upper cat is Sherbet. The lower cat is Mason. Okay, so now we need to get a target in there. So we need a new targeting logic here. Sorry, we need to define a new targeting logic. Yeah, speed is rate of orbit as well as rate of getting to orbit, and then scale is the radius of it. This could lead to some interesting effects. We're going to have to validate here. Because we don't want... We may still need to do the next point calculation and verify, because if we're on the orbit track, we don't want to have to spend time... We don't want it to move slower, so there's more adjustment we have to go through here. Doesn't care about this, this, or this. Movement. The target's up above. Fire's a little lower here. So we need to edit our constants. We need to add a movement type. Just take some practice there, Sam. Eventually you also learn which harpoon, assuming you don't have the this is on average really good harpoon, then you need to make sure you've got the right harpoon to use. So it's target player. So then if we go into target player, this is going to return target player. This is move. Processing. Random direction. In get target direction, it returns a saved direction. Okay, we need to check the get target entity in movement. Hey there, Zane. I have one cat within a few feet of me at the moment. What coloration is Caesar? Big cat, little cat? like a big cat. So then our movement pool. Player is not a target underscore player, it's a target player. Get player. Reload the project so the enum is reloaded. Go to our template here. Spawns on player, but first we target the player. Not get a movement modifier in our pool. Target player. Oh, let's verify here. Call initialize on it. Movements should by default have an initialize. Oh no, but it's a null object. Why would it get a null object? So we got nothing from that. And we never called this, which implies that one of these constants is not actually right. It's never reaching that. How odd. That should definitely exist. First movement type should be move player. What called this? How did this get called so quickly? And how do we not have a type that fits? Oh, that wasn't it. Just wanted to be sure. Well, thanks, Don. I'm glad you like it. So we're passing in a movement type that we can't identify. Wish I could tell what these values were at the moment. The type is 5. If I look at constants, something seems off. It should have hit it by now if it's 5. What's different? Okay, it's not getting objects at all. This whole chain is breaking down. Whatever it's getting, it's not in here at all. I don't want to predefine these if I can avoid it. If I predefine them, I can't reorder them easily. We're not triggering on this. Okay. All right, let's see which one we're touching here. Oh. Need to get that in there properly. I'm just marking all of them so I can verify which one it's trying to get and then failing. It's not getting any of them in that switch. This type is 5. We have no movement modifier. We go into create movement with that type of 5. It's not undefined. Is it 2? Okay, something's calling in with 5 and it's not resulting in anything here. How is that possible? I mean, this should be spawning the player. Did I... Move player is there. What broke down with the player? game logic, we should be spawning the player. We create the player. Okay. We get nothing out of it. And the player template. Wait, what? It's the player template. All correct. Move face target. No, it shouldn't be move face target. Oh. That scrambled a lot of stuff when I did that. These stored off the actual value. Okay, we need... All right, suddenly this changed a lot here. We need to define these numbers. The template is storing it as an int. That makes sense. So this needs to be defined, because if I change this type, every time I do a reordering on it, it is going to break every subsequent one. Okay. All right, what I am doing... Well, we don't even want to daisy chain them. Oh, man. If I do it this way, every time I do it, it messes up the templates. Every time I would add a new one, it would mess up the templates. Which would explain some of the anomalies we've seen. So right now, move to player is 4. If I so we have move player here. I'm sorry, move player, right down here. And we've got the player template open. I want to verify if I'm just hallucinating this or not. Hey there, Dino. So we have move player. So now we go into our constants. And we're going to move player up here. reload the project. Player template. Check movement. It changes it. Oof. Dino, which part? Do you mean just coding? Or do you mean making a game? In either case, it's start doing it. If you mean learn to code, then pick a language or a application and get into it. Almost universally, there are tutorials to get you started. The equivalent of Hello World on through, make your first kind of things. It applies to, like, game development, and regardless, it'll apply to the coding language that you're using. Even scripting heavy systems like, say, RPG Maker, you learn by using it. And you'll learn its particulars, Okay. Oh, man. I'm making a Vampire Survivor style game, and what I'm working on right now is the annoyance of this. Because this list is going to be alphabetical usually. Nope, it's ordered. Okay. We can deal with that. These need to be predefined. If they're not predefined, we have a problem. We're going to start it at 100 just in case. Now, the reason we're starting this at 100 is undefined is currently a special case variable. There might be other special case variables that say something is wrong. So we're going to start at 100. Not really any threat to this. Give ourselves space for 1,000 different types of targeting. You know what? Let's bring it on. Let's see if I ever run out. Okay, so henceforth, even if we shuffle the order of them, we need to make sure that we know what the last one is. So ideally, I'm not going to shuffle these. That will make a problem. It'll make it harder to maintain. So this is equal to 101, is equal to 102. You know what? Nope. That work? Can be cumbersome to write it this way. No, that makes that variable. I like it. We're just going to have to manually enter it. Will I be able to play it on mobile? I am going to be compiling it in a fashion that is platform independent, but user interface and platform garden dependencies make it so that I'm going to be starting with PC based for things like, well, the initial target will be an executable for Windows Steam, with other options determined after. I can't really tell right now. But I think, like I said last time, it's loading it to any platform that is not PC is difficult, or at least more difficult than PC. And each of them has their own requirements. So just because I have it running on Windows doesn't mean I can have it on Xbox or PlayStation or Switch or Apple or, Google. But if I have it running on PC, I can get it running for Steam. So I'm going to keep doing this for now. Eventually, though, this might be redundant. In fact, I want what I'm doing to be redundant or irrelevant. But for the system that we have right now, we're going to do this so it doesn't keep breaking my templates and driving me slowly insane. Again, we are doing this because I just realized in the template, this value is a toggle, but it's storing it as an int. And since it's being stored as an int, that means it is changeable. As in, if I change the order here and I have the compiler define what the numbers are, then I have no guarantee that this number won't change load to load. But the template is going to store it as a number. So which one it aligns to will vary. Yeah, Lunar. Anytime you see a meme about programming or something like that, talking about how what happens when you make concessions and that concessions are entirely necessary to continue the process cleanly, they're usually not lying or exaggerating. Why do I not have positioner types for those? That's why. Okay, because I haven't finished those yet. Okay. How odd, Nuclear. The algorithm is capricious. But welcome in any event. Anyhow. Constance. Matter, Sky. Come here. Come here, you. He chirping. He chirping. I'm going to take this opportunity to clip your little murder mitts because you're starting to make inroads on the bedspread a bit. You can't hear it, but we're trimming kitty paws here. He is largely tolerating it. Sky is currently my most chill cat when it comes to trimming his mitts. Pretty much best case scenario with a cat as far as keeping their claws groomed properly, depending on the circumstance, is that they'll let you lay them on their back and let you handle their paws. Good boy. Good boy. I have 5 cats total, Sam. Do that. First one is 100. And you know what? I want nice round numbers. Nice round numbers. Again, this is interim. I don't need to be this picky about it. But I know if I say that, interim is going to mean forever. And then I will regret my decisions. Buddy, this guy is being very needy today, so he gets attention. He is over on the white table next to me, and he was circling around and chirping at me, so it's better than when he keeps trying to grab the mouse as soon as I hesitate for half a second. So he needs intensive ear scratches at the moment. He's laying on his side with his ear leaning into my fingers while his paws flex in the air. Very cute. Very tiring on the arm. He's got that lucky cat face going. Sky will put a good half of his body weight or more into leaning his head, his head into your fingers, especially if you're itching right on the ear. And that paired with the fact that I have almost hyperextended my arm to reach him, and that I have to keep working my fingers steadily, means it's starting to strain the muscles a little bit. Not to say I'm in shape or anything like that, but it is tiring for a computer jockey. Ow. Okay. This will scramble our templates a little bit. Let's reload the project. Even if this stays a permanent model, it does mean that I can at least be satisfied with it for now. Okay, disk blob template is moved to player. And its spawn position is spawn on the spawner path. The yarn, see how they're all undefined now. Cheese Sky is prone to doing that. He can't reach the keyboard. The cat shield prevents it. But he can reach the mouse. And he really likes highlighting lines while I'm typing, or highlighting and dragging lines around when I stop petting him. Right, Trouble. Yeah. Move straight line. Spawn on the player. Iron ball. Orbit. Spawn on the player. It's a target player. There is move player. And it is spawn at 0. But welcome, everyone. Welcome. All right, they're targeting 0. Is move orbit. All right. Let's see here. So what we have here is that it will move. We could just go by delta and have it move a portion of the remaining distance to the target. So that it'll zip to, essentially. We don't want it to move too fast doing that, though. Well, let's get there. We'll get there. So, it can't move faster than its movement rate. There is a different chat in each portion there. More people tend to swing through the tall format chat, but people that go into the wide format chat are more prone to linger for longer. Same with Twitch. Twitch is like the widescreen. Yeah. Now, one possibility is that you can have the chat from all 3 open. I know some folks that have done that. but there's footwork that must be done to do that. The faster it orbits, the faster it can get into position. Hi. Seriously, what's your problem today, huh? Huh? He's very chirpy. So it needs to be where it is to where its target is, and its next point is calculated based on where its current target is. Two is equal to vector 2, 0. Do I know what Jujutsu Kaisen is? Yes, I'm aware of it. I don't know how far into the anime the mangas I read to would be considered, but I got tired of it. There's a lot of shonen anime that I can't stick with for too long. What are you doing? What? What? Oof. What's the matter? He is insistent. He is insistent. Give him all of the attentions. All right. So we get our next point. Actually, no. If target entity to use exists, then next point. Let's see. Is target entity to use position. And then, yeah. Okay, so here's the problem. They're falling behind. Guy. Hey. So they're orbiting properly. It's weird that they're all orbiting exactly the same way. I might have to have a randomizing factor to these, but this is okay for now. This guy is entering full nuisance mode. Okay. Okay. So part of our problem is here. Where we want them to move into position, but if they're spawning at a point that is away from the orbit, they have to get to the orbit. This guy is in full mischief-making mode. And yes, that would be Mason if you saw him move away. So it's when they're getting into position that is the problem. So if the distance to move between the current point and the next point So this is the prior point on the rotation. So now we have a distance between the 2 points on the marker. What I want to do is have a sort of move to catch up kind of notion. That if the distance between prior point and next point is shorter than the distance between the entity and its target location, that we move at a rate of a portion of the force. So we're going to try to very rapidly get into position, but not instantaneously. This guy has definitely reached mischief stage. He wants attention, but he wants it on exactly his terms, and his terms are changing constantly. And if he doesn't get the attention, he gets destructive. He shoves things off shelves, he rips up cardboard, that kind of stuff. Okay, so we're going to calculate movement rate differently based on... We're going to calculate how far we move based on whether the force distance is greater than... okay, so we're going to do next point minus prior point. Equal to next point minus prior point. So this is the distance for us to continue the rotation. Straight line distance. In a spiral, it would force it to that point, more or less. At that point in the motion. As in, the force that it would apply would be substantial. I think with the spiral, we should be doing very similar in that we should cap the correction motion here. But Spiral moves differently. Spiral does have a point of origin, and that makes it generally okay. It's not like you're going to start distant on the Spiral. Um, okay, so if the distance that we need to go is greater than the normal distance of rotation, we're going to try to catch up. Else. We set movement rate accordingly. Fun fact, if you post and retract messages, I can still see them. How often do I go live, cats? Generally about 5 times a week. I don't go live normally on Mondays and Thursdays. And I always aim to start by 4 p.m. US Central. Okay, so they're trying to keep up here. You can see that they're doing a better job of keeping up, but it still pushes it out of the orbit. I want that to be more reliable. Hello, Lull. Okay. So this is it's always moving a fraction of the distance. We want it to be able to move faster. So let's just test some stuff here. If we do just testing some numbers here. Yeah, that'll mess it up. So we need to be cautious about this. See, we could just apply force. That's where it needs to be. And that'll make it snap to. I just don't like the snap to aspect. Ultimately, I would like to be able to spawn it on where the rotation says it should spawn. As in, there is never a moment where it exists but does not move. But there's always a physics tick of time in between where they appear and move in. I like the idea of them moving out. But they need to move out swiftly. Oh. No, it's not the distance at that point. So we know how far the rotation vector is. Our distance to our target is force. If it's greater than... If it's really far away, we want to move faster. But... we want to have a nice constant to move at. So let's try this. We know our radius is fixed, and it's based on scale. Radius should never be 0. If it's 0, then we're not moving anyway. Nope. We already modify radius based on square width. Yeah, we do. It's still not accomplishing what I want it to do. Okay. Just going to apply a portion of the force based on movement here. We're just going to apply the force. Don't need the rotational point. Meow. No, we have two different concepts. We have the next point and we have the prior point. That gives us our rotation vector here. So this is how we want to move to keep around the circle. But then we also need to know and we're adjusting that position, but we also need to know where we are to the next point. So let's try combining those. It's not force, this is variable. To this. Force anymore. It's not force that we care about. This is how fast we can move. Just keep this in mind for now. Equals. Let's go add the rotation vector plus current to next, normalized times movement rate. I might jitter it a bit. Yeah. We want that initial snap to be tapered. So we have a target point that we want to be at. That is next point. So vector 2 is equal to contending with multiple kitties at the moment. Sammy has gotten onto my lap. She's done with that. This guy is still lurking nearby. It's called just a second here. Okay. All right, let's see here. We're going to get we know where our next point is. We know where we currently are. So, if you are experiencing health issues and might need assistance, then I would suggest that you contact a doctor, medical professional, or caregiver in order to help you with that. While I appreciate that you might be experiencing difficulties right now, I'm not a medical professional, and the play-by-play on your condition is not necessarily useful to me or you. Move this fast. It's where we want to be. This is the vector to the next point, as if the player was 0. But what we're more interested in is our current. So, okay. The position. We could get to next right away with this. And store it. Welcome back, mate. That is the direction to use. Okay. Yes, so that's the direction from the player. I'm sorry. That's the direction to the point on the radius. But it's not where we want to move to. Yeah. To next is different than that. Mate, we are currently working on having a projectile orbit the player, but we want it to spread out smoothly before it reaches that point. But once it reaches that point, I want it to try to stay there. So this is the full distance that we would need to cover. This is the rate at which we should be able to move. So what we don't want is that the entity appears and then snaps into position. I want it to, like, trail in an orbit. But what I might just do is have it try to very rapidly close with that distance. So this is how far it has to move. We don't want it moving too fast. So this is what we would get if we limit it to its movement rate in the direction it needs to go. I mean, it's not installed, Sam. I haven't played Warframe in years at this point. It's that twitch that I don't want. Because if the distance is small, we don't want to move too fast. We want to move a fraction, I think an appreciable fraction of the distance to the target. So I think we need to do linear interpolation here. So this is the full distance, the full vector to the next target. Then what we're going to do is we're going to take our movement rate down here. And the base, the speed at which we're going to move is not based on the square. That is... Okay, how do I... Is it just lerp? Lerp. Lerp is a float. And it's going to take... I have a number from 0 to... next dot length, and we want which portion of it. I mean, I should just be able to do a percentage, shouldn't I? We're gonna... It's gonna move 75% of the distance each time. Half. Okay, I feel like that's pretty good. Now, why is the orbit static? Each entity should have its own one of these. So why are they always popping into position in the same way? Maybe it's a rate thing? Yeah, it's a rate thing. Okay, so now we have orbiting. Now let's... Because it wants to orbit a entity. So if we don't target the player, and instead we say move to the right. Okay, it's going to try to move to 0. We want it to be able to orbit essentially nothing as it moves along, but I don't think that's actually viable. Orbit relies on there being a thing. About... else can stack here. This will be it's constantly applying rightward pressure on it. Okay, it's a little off-center. How about... spiraling should have a bigger impact. Hey there, Fallout. We're trying to get the last of the couple of movement modifiers in here. Yeah. So this is orbit, then spiral. You see how they're slowly pushing out in a spiral. It's tightened. Fallout, we're working on a game. This is a Vampire Survivors style game. And one of the core gimmicks that we're doing with the game is that weapons are modular in how they behave. So right now, the way that they're moving around is a composite of 2 different types of movement. We have it saying, I'm going to circle around the center of the screen. Well, I'm going to circle around the origin point of the world, but center of the screen. And as I'm orbiting, I'm also going to be trying to spiral, but the orbit pushes back against that. It wants to be in a tight circle. But the orbiting logic wants to be in an expanding spiral. So we're getting a slowly expanding circle. It spirals out, But as far as each of these mice is concerned, it's trying to pull back in. It's interesting. Now let's add... Let's try S-curve. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Unexpected, but orbit is going to have weird effects on these patterns. No, stream time is generally nap time for the cats, Red. They will move around, but you're usually not going to see them after they move off camera. Further away I get from where they want to go, the faster they move to get to it. Doesn't care about prior point. Yeah, we're not using local done anymore. That never uses delta. But welcome, new folks. Welcome. New and returning folks. That's neat. One passes it along. Okay, so I think we have all of our base movement types in here. We're going to take the opportunity for a quick break. And I'm going to commit my code so I don't lose where we are. Then we're going to move on to the step, the next step in making this maintainable, and that's by converting our use of enumerated types for the objects into using them as resource templates. That's right, Colin. Save regularly. Be right back, folks. Alrighty. Let's see. Check something here. All right, that should be fine. There we go, got that. Then we need to do our commit. And commit done. So back in we go. Thanks for joining us, folks that are heading out. Okay, so we have the idea of orbiting. Orbiting needs something in order to lock onto it. As in, if you call out an orbit and it doesn't have a target to use, then it'll run into issues. So let's show where we are here. Spawn on player. We're going to add a target player. And this is orbit and S-curve at the moment. So they'll sort of wibble around like this. Okay, so then if we go into an entity, we're gonna need to add something to an entity here. One, whether it's visible, should be part of its image. Its movement chain should be part of its movement. Speed does anything anymore. I could thinking on this, I could convert most of these things into individual resources so that I don't have to have logic that generates them. I could have a default entity like the blob itself. Like a blob entity, I already have a stamp for it. But I think by having a template for them, it lets me intervene and mess with that template. Yeah, I like that. We'll keep with that. As lifespan, say Boolean is equal to false. Actually, we don't need a Boolean for this. This is a float. And by default, lifespan is equal to 0. This is okay because we also have lifespan left as a float. And by default, it's 0. But when we initialize it, we're going to set lifespan left equal to lifespan. So we're always going to say if lifespan when we're dealing with it. Initialize it, go in, we say it's alive. So we're going to say lifespan left is equal to lifespan. Draw, velocity, set position, move, remove. Right now, removal of the entities is being piloted by the collision zone that they live in. Bloop. Some people. So if I go into collision zones currently, so what I'm thinking through right now is we're now approaching the idea that an entity says what should happen unit of time by unit of time. As in, an entity needs to know that it collides. We're constantly checking with the player, that's fine. We prevent an entity from drawing at that frequency. And right now, we're causing the entities to be deleted if they collide. Hello, Pedro. Which means during our physics tick, we're clearing out the entities. Now we're going to say for every entity here, we either move them or we delete them. If entity lifespan and entity.lifespan, entity lifespan left minus equals delta. We'll move this into the entity here shortly. Entities to delete, append entity. So if they run out of lifespan, we get rid of them. So category, span, export. Lifespan. Lifespan. Lifespan is a float. Is 0. If you don't set lifespan to something bigger than 0, it doesn't have a lifespan. So it won't self-destruct. So then we can go into our orbiting one and we can see it has a lifespan now. We're going to say that it lasts 5 seconds. Then in the entity's initialize logic, got our navigation radius, we go all the way down here. Lifespan is equal to entity template dot lifespan. So now, after 5 seconds, yep, we can see them going away there at the left. Now, we wouldn't have 5 seconds there. We'd have long enough that they can do at least a full circuit, you know? But it's functional now. We have the idea of a lifespan built into the projectiles now. I like that. We can be a lot more generous with some of them, but what this also allows us to do is have duration modifiers on projectiles when they're spawned, such that it will last longer or less. It's something that ideally it will be set by default to work okay. So ideally you'd want it to orbit multiple times, period. But there's nothing to say that a projectile that orbits started as a projectile that orbits. So, like, it orbits its parent object. Its lifespan might be forever. Within reason. We might have a default lifespan of, for our projectiles to be way longer and then have modifications accordingly. But they should always have a lifespan. And it'd be something of just, like, messing with it and figuring it out. If we go with the Vampire Survivors book mentality, we would have some speed adjustments built into it. Let's add those so I can show you what I mean. Okay, so we need to go into our movement pool. Okay, so we have those in place. Good, good. So I should be able to add a... We're going to have a speed adjustment here. That's how many degrees it rotates. Yeah, that should be fine. We're very rapidly approaching where I need to move on to the next step as far as making this work, but here, we'll force it. We're going to add 10 degrees to the rotation speed. So the fact of the orbital movement, like as I've defined it in code, is not really meant to be the end state. This is orbiting with a S-curve movement pattern as well. See how they kind of loop in and out? I want to create like a wide orbit template that uses orbital movement but is setting some of the defaults to it. So it might say, oh, your base scale is this, your base movement speed is this. So that we get those multipliers in place. So that one is with a speed modifier in place. If we were then to also add a scale modifier, add a multiplier to the scale. And we'll just use scale multiplier, and we're going to say by default it doubles the scale. Now this will also affect the curve. Let's get it in there and let's make it that much more noticeable. Should affect both of them. I don't think the scale multiplier is propagating properly. Ten as a multiplier should be having a huge impact. I am aware of you, Sammy. I am. Speed definitely worked. Scale multiplier isn't coming through. We have a speed adjustment. Am I messing with the wrong variable? Yeah. Yeah, but scale modifier is not coming through. It is adding the multiplier. But it's not propagating it. Ooh. Tricky. It's only going down 1. Okay, so what I have received, on to the next. Hopefully this won't go haywire. Ow. What are you doing, Sammy? No. Every one of them would have to do this. We need a way to propagate modifiers down properly. We could add logic to each one. This positioner's doing that. Huh. Because count is being propagated. So go into positioner. During start spawning. It has a count adjustment. So let's look at our positioner when we say start spawning. Okay, each one relays it down. We need an idea of this. Each one needs to propagate down to the next one, but there needs to be a point at which we do this. So it's where we're telling it, hey, the next one has it. So if we have in entity movement, I think, this is where it would have to happen. Putting that. And hello, Jamie. Is it Jamie? We tell the movement chain to move, and that will chain on down. We store it off. So when a movement is told to move, it will then call the eternal move. And then it needs to propagate. Right here is where it needs to propagate. This right here. So if there's a next one, we call the next one. But before we do, we're going to propagate the modifiers. And scale multiplier is equal to scale multiplier. So this is needed to, again, propagate it down the chain. Still doesn't seem to be working. Ow. Scale multiplier 0. Ow. Well, that's part of the problem. Sammy is gnawing on my arm because I'm not petting her enough. In. This equals 10. Come back out of it. So we just overwrote their multipliers with ours. So if we look at the next one, we're not resetting that by default, are we? I don't think so. So go into the next one, and its scale multiplier is back to how it was. Shouldn't be getting reconfigured. This is very strange. Okay, so we're just about to increase our scale multiplier out of our move. So our current scale multiplier is 1. We're going to increase the next ones. Oh. Oh. We go into a position 1. Yeah. Okay, but we needed to do the other thing too. We don't care if there's another one. We change our local one. Reload. Nyom. This is with a times 10. Three times as fast. Rotates faster, and then our scale increase will be tripled. So this is a triple scale. I kind of like that. Okay, so those are working. Default, these are supposed to be nothing because you're supposed to configure them. Okay, we have all of the basic bits in place. The next thing we need to do is make it easier to edit these. Now you can see this little guy right here. This is an export. And what that lets me do is within the editor, I can create an instance of it. You can do this with a scene, like a visual format kind of scene, where I can set variables on it through the editor. And those, if I use them, if I load them in code, they become available. Hello, Sherbet. Coming out to visit me, huh? Sherbet is on the back of my chair here. Hello, Caden. Hello. So if I create an instance of movement modifier, speed modifier, it will create a template of it. So we should be able to create a resource, which is a movement modifier. Let's say speed multiplier. And we're going to call it let's I don't see any reason not to do verbose descriptive names here. So if I look at double speed here, it has a multiplier. That's it. Double speed is this with this value set to 1, which is double. The default multiplier is 1. All speed is equal to itself. If I add 1 to the multiplier, I'm now multiplying the speed by 2. If I double twice, I'm multiplying by 3. Could we do that differently? Yes, not gonna. Just yet. Maybe we'll add a super multiplier. That changes the multiplier multiplicatively instead of additively. But down that road lies Noida level crashes, and we want to get the game in its stable form first. Then we'll proceed to Noida level crashes. Okay, so now I have a resource here. Currently, in our movement pool, our whole logic related to creating movement, we say, give me one of this type. And it will spit back a new copy of that type, the generic type. So, like, speed multiplier is going to give me the empty template. But I don't want the empty template. I want a copy of, well, I'll take an empty template, but I don't want to have to specify all of this stuff. That seems messy. So instead, what I should be able to do is, if given a template, I am able to just duplicate it. When I'm creating it. So if I get a movement template into this, then brain, I can duplicate that resource. So variable x is a movement duplicate, and I'm going to want to say true during that just in case. Hey there, Fabio. And so if I'm given a movement object, I could duplicate it. Well, I could look at it, find its type, and say, do I already have one of those? If I do, I'm going to add a function to stamp its values over top of its children. So each one of these guys is going to need to have a function that says, assert my values over top of you. So we're going to need movement objects, their resources. So we have an initialize, which will reset everything as needed. One second. I just realized something. So we clear modifiers. We need to do that. Otherwise, those will keep multiplying. If you put a multiplier as the very first thing in a chain, it would cause the multiplier to increase every cycle. And that's not what we want. We have clear modifiers. When do we do that? If we call move, when we get all the way to the... Okay, we're clearing them. When we get all the way to the end of movement, we say, okay, if we're done moving, we clear our modifiers. We're making a Vampire Survivors style game. Still possible. No, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Okay, so we have them clearing out. We now need to completely adjust the way that we create these entities. So I'm gonna plot them out in the movement pool to start with. So we have create movement. X create movement. Movement template. We're going to put movement template here just to keep it constant here. So if we create it, so we're actually making one, then what we'll do is just duplicate it. We're going to do a full duplication on it. And then if we... So in our actual create here, we're going to duplicate it, and we're going to keep that separate. Actually, real quickly, we are going to make a commit here. This is before I start that rewrite, in case I completely blow everything up by doing this. I learn. Oh, we got time yet. Still good. So in this one, we're getting pool based on the type. We don't want the type. We want a template movement here. Oh, movement template. Movement object. And so we're going to check which pool by get movement type. So if the pool size is bigger, we just pop the front. Then we need to stamp the values over top of it. Otherwise, we're going to call create movement with that template. X. Then we call initialize on it. You know, I might not actually need to do the stamp values. No, I do. this goes through and says, here are your defaults. And those defaults should not be things that the rest of the code messes with. So then inside of an entity template, let's go up and look at that. We currently have what shape it'll have, what type of collision masks it will have. We have movements. And that's an array of movement types. So we're going to add an array of movement objects. Now, if those were just classes and not resources, I couldn't do this. So now if I look at an entity template, suddenly I have movement templates. And I could do something like double speed. Where is it? Where did I drop it? Add element. And then I could do something like double speed. I now have a concrete template that says, this is the one you're going to use, this particular configuration of it. What that'll mean is I don't need to hard code a bunch of extension versions. I don't need to hard code a bunch of constants anymore. Well, I'll still probably use the constants, but I might just do strings or something like that. That I don't need to reference elsewhere. Because if we look at like movement pools, the pools are a dictionary. So I could add to them with whatever type I want. That could be a string. And I feel like it should be a string. That way we can name... This can have a name, which is, movement mod. It doesn't even need to have an extensive one. It could just be speed adjustment or scale adjustment in this case, because that name only needs to be unique in the set of movement types. So I could have a big collection of strings in my enum type and still use them in constants, but I don't need to worry about keeping them the same because the template carries all the info I need. This is good. So we need to continue down this road. Which means we could have a constant for it and still have movement type in the long verbose name. That is still potentially okay. But again, I don't want to rip up the floorboards just yet. Or do I? Thinking this through. I already made a commit. So, as of right now, we're missing a kitty on camera. As of right now, it's technically, quote, safe for me to start tearing up floorboards, because I can always revert back. And so we shall. Things are going to start exploding left and right as I'm doing this. Still feel like this is probably a good idea. but I could just define it in each one. I like the idea of having them here, though. Yeah. Const position or type underscore as string equal to constant value. They have internal names. We're also going to have visible names on them, but that's independent. Three, four. For organizational purposes, I like this better. Thought we could use... Thought there was a variant of this that we could use that was strings, but perhaps I am mistaken. No good pattern for that. Okay, the naming is sufficient. We're going to give them their actual names. So... This would be pattern spread. And pattern burst. Okay, then we're going to go through and we just rip that guy right out of there. Is this going to break stuff? You betcha. Oh no, that's breaking I'm getting ahead of myself. I just broke patterns too. We'll get there. We'll get there. Two. Three. 6, 7, 8. And 4. Hello, Ember. You gonna come be a nuisance too, baby? Yeah. Ember demands maximum back scratches. Yeah. So for those joining us, I am in the process of uprooting how we were spawning we were creating entities from the different types of movement. So before we were defining them by enumerated types, like, you know, type 10,001 is target random direction for movement. But the difficulty is I don't want to create a bunch of to have to constantly redefine these enums, having to then go in and specify in the pool logic that that exact enum translates to this particular class. And then I don't want to make inherited classes of those in order to change some fundamental variables. So if I want to create a 5-shot spread, I don't want to either have to pair it with a 2 increment by 1 modifiers. I want to have a default 5-shot spread. I could do that by inheriting the class, giving it a new enum, and giving it an explicit spawn in the pool. Or I can make it a template, a resource, and have a mechanism for stamping the values of that resource over an instantiation of it. So create a copy or use a pre-existing one, stamp the values over top. The pool will still function in the same way, but now instead of having to have, you know, a bunch of different classes and tracking a gigantic enum, I can just create the template objects, and the pool doesn't need to be modified each time. This is good. I hope it won't break. He said. Hello, Ember. Yes, hello. She is maximum snuggle right now. Little sweetheart. Each time I turn to the side like this, it's that she is leaning up to, like, lick my nose. The model was twitching when her head got in the way of the camera. Yeah, sweetie. At the kitty break. But if we get this in place for positions, how far in the game am I now, spectator? We are in the process of doing the final adjustments that will be necessary to say this is a ×2 speed multiplier. This is a ×3. This is an orbit multiplier. We have the code for that stuff in place. Now we're creating an implementation for it where that's easy to do and easy to add to. Extensibility and maintainability, go! Is it playable by the public? Not even close. If I were a more experienced game dev, I might be able to do some of this faster, but part of what's keeping this moving slowly is one of the core concepts I'm exploring, and that is the modularity of the power-ups. If I were just setting out to say, this weapon works exactly this way, every time I've done one of these, I would have created a specific weapon implementation, but I don't want to hard code them. I want them to be puzzle pieces that you can fit together. I mean, I hope that by the time I'm done with this, I feel that it is enjoyable enough that I will want to keep playing it, despite having played it for however long it takes me to make it. That's another perk with the way that we are making this right now, is that it will be procedural. It will be roguelike-y. So it's very easy to add more and more content, which means there are more and more combinations that I could still play myself, you know? I truncate that down to modifier. Well, thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Scale adjustment. At the moment, I'm keeping a naming convention: target, move, and modifier. Scrap movement types. By getting rid of that enum, it's going to break the code. That I want it to break the code in that way. Because I can find the places that I haven't addressed yet. So in the entity template, we don't have those anymore. We have positioners, which are an array of positioners. Yeah, gonna break stuff elsewhere. So get movement type is a movement function. It's a string. Undefined. That is the default now. Look at all the stuff that exploded. Movement doesn't need a type. Because the get on it is a constant. I don't want this to be static because the children need to be able to override it. I think it could still be static, though. We're going to keep it safe because I don't know if that's actually what I'm thinking it would be. Okay, so then we're going to go through each one of these movements. And it's going to return string. And it's going to be constant movement type. Scale adjustment. Scale multiplier. So again, this is returning a string. This is going to become the new key for our pools. Before it was an integer value. In theory, there's nothing stopping me from putting a string constant here and not defining it. But by defining it here, it does give me a place that I could look and say, here are all of the different ones I've made, and give me an opportunity to say, I already used that name. Just in case. It also gives me a place I could go and change it easily. But it's not really the point. Okay. With most of them, I just need to do that. Good times, good times. Very ambitious amount of refactoring going on here. This one isn't even ready yet. I am still live streaming. Streaming. We've only been going for 3.5 hours. It can be. It can get that way. This returns a string. And by default, it is positioner type undefined. None of that has exploded. Now on to fixing every positioner in the list. String, and we spawn randomly on screen. So here's one of the examples. Spread. By default, it's 3 in a 90-degree arc. But there's nothing stopping me now from creating templates that are, it's 10 in a 360 kind of stuff. So it will behave the same, but I can make multiple copies. This will have additional relevance. That's weird. Oh, yeah. Fire here. The others followed that pattern, so I'm just going to stamp them. Oh, that's weird. I'm hitting the wrong key. Scale multiplier. Oh, modifier. Oops. Oh, because those were never set yet. Probably not, King. Game dev wise, this is stream 48. Four. Scale adjustment. E multiplier. Scale count. Count multiplier and count adjustment. Okay, so then we go into these guys. Scale multiplier. Oh. count multiplier. This is count adjustment. There we go. Okay. The positioners themselves are converted over. Now, if we look at the movement pool, we don't need create movement there anymore. Create movement there. Movement. Seems like it's an extra step, but anyway. Actually, yeah, we have the string. As that, return it. Okay, that is movement pool converted over. Now we need the positioner pool, which is super broken. Position. Inconsistent naming convention. String. Okay, that's the pool. Now, if we look at entity, that will have broken down somewhere. No, it'll be spawner, right? There we go. Where am I doing that? Oh. Has no movement in it. We should have a validate entity template somewhere, but we'll get there. So that's why. A minute. One second. That's why we've got our template here. Second. Hey there, Carters. We're got a little wrinkle going on here. Oh, let's create. Okay. There we go. All right. So now we need to start creating the individual instances of each one. So we're going to have move play. We also need the apply to each one of them as far as stamp what you are over top of another one. So in a movement object, each one of them needs to have a given function, but tricky. When a movement object is duplicated, we need a way for it to set another entity to have arbitrary values equal to itself. And we can't cast up. So a move spiral, we cannot assume that a movement is a move spiral. So we're going to do this. I think we have to typecast it. That we're going to pass a movement in, and we're going to assert that this movement has to be the right kind in each one. This takes a the default one does nothing with it, so each movement modifier needs to now take this and do something with it. Figured yet, so we'll go into this one. Is a target random direction. Let's force it. Let's just force it here. It'll still crash in the same spot. Target random direction is equal to movement template. So this isn't a great example because this one is going to do nothing with it. It has no special incarnation. Same with this one, it doesn't need it. That one. S-curve should have it. There's our base frequency is our 1. And then, hey there, Scary. Welcome. Is our amplitude set up? Base amplitude is the sprite scale multiplier. We'll set that. Thank you. The top one is Mason and the lower one is Sherbet. They are adopted siblings. They're probably related, at least by one parent. It's hard to tell. The shelter wasn't aware of the exact scenario. Base amplitude. Where do we have that set up? Yeah. Okay, so this has those in place. So it needs the special function here. Close everything else. Open up movement. Welcome back. Maxer, huh? Haven't heard that name before. Seems like a decent one. And hello, dude. You see me addressing, or if you hear me addressing someone you can't see in chat, I'm probably talking to somebody in one of the other two chats. There is Twitch chat and 2 different YouTube streams going. I do not have chat on screen because people can't be trusted. Thanks, G-Man. They are sweethearts. Let's take an opportunity there. So Ember just hopped over across the keyboard to have a little bath. Sky is up in his cat tree. Mason and Sherbet, as we're seeing. Sammy is not currently visible. Sammy's a little tuxedo. Okay, so then that one's set. Move to player should actually have something. How many cats do I have? I have 5 cats total. Okay, we're going to use base movement rate as the same as an adjustment in that it is in square units, so. Low to 0. That, and put you here. Variable. Base movement rate. Base movement rate. I really hope this works. Otherwise, we might have to come up with a way to force it, but this should work. I know that this one should be one of these. This isn't a great pattern, but based on code flow, this should be true. we know this is effectively a variant, and we know what it is. And now we are going to assert that we know what it is. So let's move to player, move straight line, should have the same thing. That to player should have the same thing here. Mostly the same thing. It says it's a move straight line instead. Spiral definitely needs those in okay. So Spiral's special functionality here would still be probably a base speed and radius. Yeah. Base movement speed and base scale. And calling it rate, right? Quite right. Right. We're making a game, Scary. In particular, we are we're making a Vampire Survivors style game. Scale rate starts with that. Growth rate is there. And what we're doing so the gimmick that I'm working on in the game is modular weaponry. So you kind of build your weapons like in Bioprototype or Noida. Are you making a 7 reference? Change mid growth rate equal to base growth rate. This one will be pretty much identical to move straight line. change this entirely. Move in a fixed direction. I like that. Get in constants real quick. Hello, DW. Welcome. You can currently see 2 of my cats. Export variable direction. And in move straight line, we've got our set template values, which will do the same thing as fixed. Fixed. Okay. Move player does not have special movement for the time being. Move orbit does have special movement, so it needs all of the export. Range. Float is 30. Base radius. Okay, so first we get rid of U. And that's going to create a problem there. So that's base angle change. Base radius. So then, in the same way we have set template values, we'll do that again. We are currently refactoring a lot of code to account for some changes we're making. It's annoying that it's not treating this as actually having been cast. Got spiral done. Face target doesn't do anything special with it. This one will need it. But all of these have a pretty straightforward way of doing that. Or effectively a near identical way of doing it. Like that. So that one instead, and it's that one, that one. Okay. Positioners need the same treatment now. Naming of this is a bit suspect, but it is what it is. Spawn randomly on screen isn't going to do anything different. Same with spawner path. Same with on player. Spawn at fixed. Changing that because we can now make this more variable. To 2.0. Instead of returning vector 2.0, we return spawn position. And when we set our template value, we're going to say converted as a spawn at fixed is equal to positioner template. Not spawn position. Equal to spawn position. Okay. We're going to definitely need this for pattern spread. Spread. Got 2 values off of this one. That. Then same thing with this guy. I started making these, the patterns I started making with this pattern, in mind. That is, I wanted to make it this way. Hey, Silas, welcome. multiplier. Okay. All of that has been converted over. So now we need to go into some templates. Oh, we need to make some templates. Spawn at fixed position. So we just spawn at 0. Spawn at 0 does 0, 0. So if we get, close everything here. So we have a spawn at 0. We also need move player. It was move player, not a resource. Move player. One word. Okay, we have move player and we have spawn at 0, which should mean we have the parts we need to make the player template. Movements should be move player. Oh, that's why it was exploding there, by the way. There were integers set into the templates. And when it tried to actually instantiate those objects, it really didn't like it. Spawn at 0. Then we want to start with the 4th template. See if we can collapse more of this to clean it up, but I don't think we can. Thanks for swinging through. Okay, so movement. This one needs... We're going to start with target player then. Target player has no special properties, but it's going to target player and then this is going to be the default move orbit. So we'll keep the default values in. So then projectile 4 has target the player and then move in an orbit. We we need spawn on the player. And with that, we can go into template 4. So. Oh, that's thrilling. This is thrilling. We need to do this for entities next. Sorry, no, we're already doing this for entities. What am I talking about? We have lifespan set in them. Okay, good. Yeah. So if I go into... So now if I go into Move Orbits Template... I've got... I have rewritten the spawning code for positioners in movement to use template objects. We finished orbital movement, where they try to move in a steady circle around whatever they're targeting. Orbital movement is one of those ones that you have to use right or it doesn't work. Because it needs a base position, you know? And that base position has to be a spot. So orbital movement might actually end up being one of the ones that... orbital movement is a trap one if you use it wrong. So if we switch the base radius to 10 squares... Nyom. Let's put it at 5, but then we'll do 60. Now, you wouldn't be infinitely spawning with these. Ideally, what we would have is a longer spawn interval and then a spread kind of thing. I'm going to have to find a better way to get the templates in given spots so it's easier for me to scroll around and find them. Like, I might have a separate templates folder that is subdivided accordingly. So I don't have to potentially scroll through everything else stacked up. But we'll see how that goes. Wonder if I can add duplicates of the docs so that I can have multiple files to click, you know? That would be useful. Would be interesting if I could mess with the docs more. Oh well. What else do we have? This is just to get rid of the compiler warning. That is a Godot IDE naming convention. Is a parameter with underscore in its name is never expected to be used. So it won't consider it a warning for efficiency. It's generally for overrides, you know? Let's set our template for that back to default. So let's start getting some more of those patterns in there. Spawn at pattern burst. So we're going to create a new. Welcome back. We're going to do pattern spread actually. And we're going to be explicit about these patterns. This is 3 shots at 90 degrees. So that's the default. Then we're also going to do another. And this one is going to be, we're going to say 5 at 360. Then we're going to go into our template 4 here. And in addition to spawning on the player, we're going to do 5 at a time at 360 degrees. Okay, we're not getting 5 at a time, we're only getting 2. That's weird. I wonder if part of the problem is that we are not... Are we getting a base angle into the orbit? Yeah. Hey there, Nina. It's 3, right? Alright, well, let's go into our spawner logic and watch that happen. So, first one, this is one of the mice, and we have an entity template here. 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, let's slow that down. It's coming along. It's coming along. We've got an oddity in the spread pattern, so let's start with a quick alternate test. Make sure I didn't break something else. So now we're going to get... We need random direction. Okay, random direction. Now we need a move straight line. Classy. This is base move straight line. So no changes to the base movement, right? Okay. So then if we go into our little 4 here, as soon as I find it, we instead are going to target the... Oops. Going to... Where did it go? Oh. Target random direction. And then move straight line. Okay, so it's something about the orbital pattern that isn't actually having them properly move in a spread. Hey, did we already get move orbit? Or spiral? I'll move spiral. Well, the answer to life, the universe, and everything is 42, so I suspect the meaning of life is wrapped up in there somewhere. No, wait, sorry. 42 is the answer to the ultimate question. They don't know the ultimate question. But the meaning of the ultimate question, the answer to the ultimate question is 42, so perhaps the meaning of life is 42. So go to our template buddy. We'll see if Sammy's around. Okay, we still have to do some work with orbital movement, but our templating system is in place. The next thing will be setting up stuff like catalogs, so that there is a... Oh, that was a hitch there. I don't know what that hitch was, but... Do game... Let's do our stress test. Yeah, we're making progress. Yep, we have like 500 things on screen, and they are cycling fast. It's, if you watch the number twitching on the left, that's 5 of them being created, on, off, on, off, on, off. I started coding this game about 48 days of streaming ago, of streaming the coding. So that's generally about 144 hours of streaming time. Like chronological time for the game longer than that because I don't stream every day and I haven't done this every day that I've streamed. As far as how long I have been coding, much, much longer than that. Really pleased. Quick break. We're going to save what we've got, and then we're going to speculate again. All right, let's get back to it here. Let's get that save going. Excellent. Alrighty. Let's look at orbit. Each one of these entities, when a spawn happens, it should be getting a base angle, and each of the 5 should have a different base angle. But that doesn't seem to be the case because they're snapping too. So let's go into our template for okay, this should have a spread pattern to it, but it's still, you can see they're going to the same point each time. It's not what we want. So what we want to be able to do, if we want to replicate the book from Vampire Survivors, or, you know, the BL novel from HoloCure, we need to be able to spawn out a group of them, have them rotate for a while, and then go away, such that in general, the delay time is greater than the lifespan of the projectile. But right now, it's always generating at the same angle, regardless. So we're going to go into the game. We're going to make it slow again. We're going to give it 3 seconds, and we'll give it 5 before it spawns. Then we will go into our spawner. We're going to remove spawn on player. We're limiting down. Oh, no. The initial direction is what matters here. And that initial direction is going to influence each subsequent one. What if... Let's... So it initially comes in here. So we want to see... Okay. No direction. No direction. Every time, it's not getting a direction coming in. Because it's not getting an initial facing. What if, in movement, not direction to use. Direction to use is equal to vector2 dot right. Doesn't make a lot of sense. All right, they're all being spawned right on top of each other. But the direction to use that is coming in during the movement is not being adjusted. Let's go into that. And direction to use. Okay. It's weird that direction to use is coming in as 0. But I think it's because there is no rotation going on. So the problem is that there isn't a set direction to it. There isn't a default direction to this. So let's start with random movement and get that in there. There we go. There has to be a directional target or else it defaults it. So then we go. We're just going to go into orbit and we are going to store that. We're going to make them go into the game and we say that the spawn interval is greater than the lifespan of it. So what is this? Template. Template 4's lifespan is what? 10. So this should be 10. It'll take 10 seconds. I do want to there's a limit on the number of emojis you can spam, folks. It will eventually remove your ability to do that. Or at least it doesn't show it by default. Okay, I think so this is a 360-degree spread still. Let's put it at 6 and verify what's going on here. do this at 3. Okay, yeah. So with a 360 spread, it's going to divide it into 4 segments, given the way the spread logic works. So we are actually going to get rid of that one. So what I need to do as far as patterns is I need a burst pattern. One that it's going to divide 360 or the given radius into equal segments. I could actually affect the spread to do that, because it's going to be the same logic. Where effectively I have cone or circle, you know? So let's look at spread. Actually, we don't need to. We say 360, we're going to say it's a circle. Okay. So in a spread is if we give it more than 360 degrees, then that's kind of the cap. Yeah, right here. Here. Then segments is equal to max bullets plus 1. And we use segments here. And segments is equal to max bullets. Then if I go into here and I put it at 360, there we go. Layer. Supposed to spawn on the player. It's odd. Okay, how about if we remove the orbit? All right, there's something that's haywire with the orbit then. See, I could actually define the template specifically for this, but what I want is to be able to drag known ones into it. We may change more of that later still. Okay, so if we're moving on an orbit, we're going to remove the spread. And we're only going to spawn after 3 seconds so we can get an idea of what's going on in orbit here. Target entity to use is null. Why do we not have a target entity? We are targeting player. Pass in what it gets. So, what are your thoughts on Baba Yaga in space Baba Yaga so far, Lunar? Where are we? Okay, let's move player. Currently in what? Still in move player. Debugging purposes, since I have to debug movement here. Okay, we go into target player, we say when we do that, and then into move orbit, and we call into move. All right, something with the template. Oh. Just using the wrong thing. Okay. Okay. Okay, so now we have code. He's talking about Hero Academia. So we have spread, which can handle cones, and it can handle starburst patterns. Let's get those speed multipliers. Let's see, base. Bottom half of a UFO, okay. With chicken legs. Then like a sci-fi house. Okay, well that would be the walking house. But what about the mortar and pestle now? I think we might start wrapping up a little early. There's a whole lot of more templates to make, and I also need a better pattern for finding them in my modules here. So we'll halt there. We made good progress today. Good progress today. So, we got orbiting working, a bunch of hitches to that. We spent a lot of time getting it so that it doesn't like flicker when it spawns. The solution to that was effectively that the projectiles move 25% of the distance towards where they're supposed to be every frame. We could add in a delta to that, but we'll see. You know, maybe we'll get to that, but I like just it tries to snap too. We've shifted over to a pattern that instead of using new enums, I'm using movement template objects. Well, we're using positioners and movement objects as templates. They are resources, which means I can create copies of them that can be saved locally. I can create copies of them that I can then socket into entities. But what that'll also allow me to do is to have references to those templates inside the game. So I say this power-up gives me entity reference this, like positioner, or that it gives me double. So I look up what is the double one, and I can have a catalog of those templates loaded and ready to then pass into the pool, create, and add into your inventory. That'll also be useful once we get to the point of it being an actual inventory, so that we can socket them together. Should be good times. Thanks everybody for swinging through. I hope you had a good time. We are going to be picking up with our next stream on Tuesday. My plans for the following week are pretty much all programming. So, expect more of that. I might try to squeeze some gaming in there. I'll be making the decision tomorrow, if so. So we'll go from there. Again, thanks everybody for watching. If you had a good time and you'd like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, all that goodness. It'll help the algorithms feed you more like it in the future. But otherwise, I hope you have a good day, and hopefully see you next time.